welcome back to Workers and Resources. We continue on our construction towards the oil field. And hopefully we turn around the money issues that we have in that regard. And if it works, then yeah, we should be much better situated than we are right now. The other thing I'm thinking of doing, and probably am going to do, is start another construction in this area with a simple settlement here to exist solely for the purpose of running oil export from this location. So we need a settlement here to run a fire station, so whenever we set up an oil field, it does not simply burn down. So we would have to use our US currency to construct a road in that way with a bridge, and then a settlement and an oil field in this area, which shouldn't be the most difficult, but that is something I'm thinking about right now. It would also require us to manage 2 different locations on the map, which I guess could be quite interesting. And we would use the US-based, NATO-based vehicles a little bit more, which also sounds like fun. But right now, we will finish up the first section of road, after which we have to build 3 more, and then we can reach most of the construction sites. I am sending workers here. I'm not going to micromanage that. That is okay. More doctors, that is good. And the occasional teacher will be appreciated. And there's one. Yep, that should work fine. Making the doctors a bit more important than the teachers is going to work well for us. Other than that, we also have to think about working towards either a vehicle production or recycling setup. And since this is a car-focused run, I think we need to start automating vehicle production. So I will have to use and plan 7 settlements in addition to the 2 settlements for the distribution office to get towards our own vehicle production. Engineering, advanced engineering, twice. Sure. Belt production into road vehicle production line. But for the first advanced engineering we will need fatigue of steel materials and metallurgy. So quite the research ahead of us, I would say. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 researches. We could sneak in steel production in between as one research and then run our own steel production. That way we wouldn't need recycling and just can make our own steel. Steel is kind of low tech for the time. So for one extra research early on, get our own steel production up. We do have coal and iron nearby. Maybe we could use this field up here and this field up here for the coal in this area and the iron in this area and make use of that. Wouldn't need to be a lot of steel, but it would prevent us from having to import steel for our vehicle production line in the future. Something to think about, but the distribution offices need to come first. Otherwise we're going to run out of capacity in that regard quite quickly. Plus it will make things a little bit more easier to organize. We got our surface water outflow. That one does not need electricity. Pumping water into the future concrete plant. I am tempted to start these. concrete plant plus the gravel storage. Asphalt would be useful for the bridge, I guess. I should probably also build those as asphalt right away. I'm going to plan them as asphalt roads immediately. But I won't start them now. Okay, lots of gravel available, very good. And slowly making our way towards the oil wells. We could speed things up by setting up a dirt road to construct more than one thing at the same time. It is September, so snow will happen soon, but we might as well start 2 extra roads here before the snow starts falling in 2 months. It should be okay. We are earning a little bit of money thanks to the clothing factory. Yeah, the incinerator will have to be removed at some point and replaced by a proper one in an area that is not close to a residential zone. We could probably relocate that one further out, but I don't want to have an incinerator next to our most populous town. That strikes me as an unnecessary risk. We do have a lot of escapes. I will increase the amount of workers in here. I could set up one building to always send workers here first, but I'm not gonna do that. Maybe we'll have an extra building in this area for these facilities. Yeah, we should have less escapes if possible. To write something down that I forgot last time. Alright. Some prisoners working here. That's going to work in our favor. We shall not let crime get out of control. Alright, 2 more road construction projects. Started early. Excavators should be on their way soon. One over there. And, well, I guess a bulldozer will do the same thing, so that's fine. If we set up a settlement here, it does need to be in range of the parking lots. And that could be quite close. It might be right after the bridge. And if we have a settlement here with a fire station, we can provide fire safety to the oil fields. We can provide fire safety to an eventual farm. The fire station over here might already do just that, since it can reach all the way to here. It should be able to reach a farm in this area, and then we could start farming this location. And there are no resources in that area, so all of this could be turned into a farm. And then we could use that for food production, clothing and electronics. Food, clothing and alcohol, with a small import of chemicals for the fabric factory. Then we would be producing all of the basic resources for our citizens ourselves. Let's limit the amount of workers in the pub. I don't need that many. Hello, Kianos. Welcome. I also don't think we need that many workers in the kindergarten, but I don't want to restrict everything. I do think I will want to build the second residential structure here, though, and guide them towards the bus platform. That way we can have our construction workers come from this area as well. How are you doing, Kianos? Is it warm enough for you as well? Are you staying hydrated? I hope everything is acceptable. Things are getting quite heated. Okay, this construction is maybe a little bit premature, but we are going to set up a small bus platform to make use of those workers. Too hot, I agree. It is too hot. From that bus platform, they can reach any other building except for the gravel processing plant, which is fine. So they may find work locally, but the first task is to go to here, and then we can pick up workers from this bus stop. Which means these workers do not have to go to the bus platform anymore after we have populated the other building. And then I guess all of them could go to the factory. Or we could just let them go anywhere. Make sure that these facilities are a little bit more staffed and other workers can make their way to the prison instead to work in that area. Our roads are done. Work on the first pump has started. And then we can set up a dedicated route with a few tanker cars. Let me set up a gas station in this. Oh, I already have one. Never mind. I will get probably. We'll start with 2 tankers again. I will use the faster ones because I assume I am going to upgrade the area to asphalt roads. And all we need now is the pump jack and the substation, because the wire has already been built. Yeah, if we can have an asphalt road going from here to this road, and then building the asphalt road up here, exports will be a little bit faster. I guess we could also make this a proper bridge at some point. When we have the other connection up, we could turn this into maybe a brick bridge or something. I guess brick we could also make ourselves, once we have access to coal. Okay, ground works. 1 delivery of steel and mechanical components. We have our pump jack. Let's check the fire station range. It's not enough. So me curving around like mad. Isn't it? I thought it was 2.5 kilometers. I guess the fire station is 2 kilometers. I might be able to trick the game by giving a dirt road here that has a direct route. So we at least cover one of the pump jacks. They will still drive along the gravel road. But yeah, we have to set up a settlement here. Make sure this keeps running. One pump jack will be safe, the other one I guess we'll wait until we have the settlement. I could also build a fire station here and just carry workers from the bus platform down here. Since we don't need anything down here. No... I guess water and sewage would be necessary. Which is in range. Yeah, I guess we could have a fire station here instead. One that doesn't require heating. I do want to run it with a settlement though. I think I'll work on the settlement. Let's see how our money looks after we set this up. It shouldn't take very long. Only steel left. This road will finish construction, then they can work on the substation. And then we have our first pump jack operational. Yeah, a nearby fire station will help. Maybe if I put a footpath here and then up to this area, they could also reach the gravel processing plant. But I don't think that will be necessary. Okay, all resources present. Just gonna take 2 road cranes, which are hopefully in range. And a bus full of workers. And then we still need the electrical substation, but then we're set up and hopefully we'll earn some money. It's quite far away from the customs house. So if we want to run it continuously, we will have to add a few trucks to run it. But should be fine. A train line would be much better for this. But I'm gonna go with an asphalt road instead, I think. At least for now. And then we have to gather everything up into an oil tank and get all of the resources out of here. Road cranes are incoming, and a bus picking up workers is on its way. Did I really make an asphalt footpath here? Interesting. Guess I did. And we need 20 workers, and we're getting 17. Might still be able to finish it. Our population is still relatively happy and productive, so they might finish the construction in one go. Okay, next settlement. Something over here resembling a small settlement for a fire station. So 23, 46, 69 active workers. Nice. A large structure would handle that with ease. I hope it doesn't instantly burn down, that would be unfortunate. Alright, I also wanted to upgrade this to a panel road. Let's do that before winter. So the snow plows keep doing their thing here. We have a month approximately. They should be able to get that done. Will have to be done by workers with a road crane, but should be okay. And we have another section up here. Because there's a road sign. For no snow plows. Prefab panels should be cheap enough. Okay, pump check is ready, 70%. And just a few more resources for the electrical substation, and then we'll send our vehicles on their way. I'll probably send them out with not waiting until fully loaded. So if this catches fire, they won't stick around. But I think I don't need to set that. I think they would leave anyway. I'm gonna risk it. It's fine. And they should find a gas station nearby. In mostly everywhere. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for that one to get built. Get the panel road set up. Oh yeah, that little segment also needs to become a panel road. That means we have to put a dirt road here, otherwise they're gonna get stuck. Alright. Don't want any students. I guess we can leave the passengers here. We're not gonna have any bus route for them. But it will give us an overview of what they need, like visiting doctors, praying. All things that they should be able to do, normally. I'll let them figure things out. Once the road is up as a prefab panel road traffic of highly educated workers to the village will have a little bit more pace. Let's turn that building into low priority. I know they can finish it pretty fast, but still. They should focus on the road. Because winter is gonna happen soon. Very soon. And they should send some workers here. That's a lot of prefab panels. We're now below 100,000 rubles, which is not ideal. Only missing the boards for the construction phase. Then we need a bunch of workers since this construction does not support a road or tower crane. Yeah. Rain is also not great over a mud road. This should receive most of the workers right now. Okay, we're back over 100,000, it's fine. Maybe. $11 workers. Need more buses. No tourists. Do I want the... Yeah, sure. Stick around here, it's fine. Increase the priority of this section of road because then they can send workers here more quickly. Doesn't go slow, it will finish soon enough. But yeah, we should finish this section first because they can then drive to this section from here rather than along the dirt road. I find it amazing how the personal vehicles go full speed into the mud road and carry a lot of pace through it until they slow down. It's quite interesting. Snowplow all the way to... Wait. If you have coverage all the way to the pump jack, why don't you? I thought you also had 2 kilometers. Strange. I don't know. One more road crane. We should have enough available. And a bus with more than 3 workers, and we'll finish that short section of road as well. Okay. Looks like we might even finish the electrical substation with the workers we currently have. It's gonna be close. They will send workers here first, I assume. Okay, now we're down to 90,000. Another large import. Stop raining. Finish construction. Five days, 30 minutes. I'm not gonna finish that. Unfortunate. It's very close though. But yeah, finish that section of road. It's gonna be better once snow starts falling. Make a lot more sense. Yep, that'll finish that. Excellent. 3 work days. Send 1 bus here if you can. Please. Oh, you're waiting for repair. Oh, we don't have steel in here. Okay, so we'll get an open hull truck. Oh. Steel and... okay, we did not do these imports yet, so this is going to be expensive, probably. Alright, bring steel here. Did not realize we didn't import to the... I thought we did import to the warehouse. No, we did. Why was it not assigned then? Strange. Warehouse, 10%. Sure. 5 resources. And steel directly to the repair station. Okay, that's gonna be a little bit expensive, but I'm sure it's fine. 9 workers will finish that construction. We have finished that section of road, so any future worker delivery will happen over here. And should finish this road quite quickly as well, I assume. If we get worker deliveries here, we need to repair our buses first. Okay, now 2 distribution offices are assigned here. Oh, because that one is fuel. I guess it's fluids technically, but for us it's fuel. We still need to enable steel imports. Yes, steel is expensive, I know. Jesus. Alright, we got oil. Let's send out our 2 trucks. And wait until the oil well catches fire. Quite generous with the snowfall. Should have already dropped. Alright. Panel road. Love to see it. Horrendous to drive over. Bounce every 2 meters. Would not recommend. But quick to build, at least. I hope the snowplows will go through here and keep this area cleared for the fire trucks. Would be appreciated. Now we have lots of snow. Okay, the road is done. So the snowplows should also be heading in that area quite quickly, since it is a priority road. Without a snowplow they can drive only 28 kilometers an hour. Wow. Okay. Well, the dirt road is obsolete. We will be upgrading this section of road to panel road as well. Maybe through the next year. Well, now we'll wait for the oil exports. They will have to happen continuously. They don't give a lot of money per truck. And things are quite slow. We need a lot of trucks to run that export route. And I might have to get that many trucks. Let's check. Oil tankers. By value. 2,800 for 4 tons, 5 tons. I'm gonna use these. I'm gonna get 4 more. We'll have to spend some money to make money. And 1 more. You probably. I assume. Alright, we'll have to optimize our traffic towards the oil well and see if this can earn us money and or keep the fuel price low. This is not enough traffic to export everything, I don't think. And yeah, we don't need the second oil well right now. We'll see if that works in our favor. I could get a free technical service in this area and make sure the roads are cleared over here as well. Snowplows should already be doing that. I guess they aren't prioritizing it because it's technically gravel. And when new snow starts falling, they're going very quickly towards the panel road, making sure that one stays clear. Alright. Now let's really worry about our money. I don't want workers going to the bus stop anymore. The source of workers for the construction office will in the future be this bus stop. The new building we are building right now is going to house only construction workers that can also walk to other areas, but the main purpose is for them to walk onto this bus platform. This house will now send all workers to the clothing factory. So we should be making a bit more export materials in that regard. Hopefully it'll be enough. You need to wait until people move in before you can tell them where they should work. So let's give them a little bit of time. Will generate some more pollution, which could be a problem with life expectancy in this area. But we'll see. We will wait and see. Do I have a footpath out this side? No, it's all on this side. Well, it should have enough workers with the other residential areas. These 3 buildings won't be necessary. So new settlement. I mean, planning doesn't cost anything. But I said I wanted a fire station here, and I wanted a road going towards the oil field. The oil field itself is pretty much all below the text of the oil field name, and then it extends down here quite a bit. So it would need quite a few oil wells. The settlement would be on this side, next to the road. It needs to be within 2.5 kilometers of our parking lots, or it will need its own university building. Or in this case, I could also say you're gonna get a bus route for students. But if I don't have to do that, I would avoid it. So the next settlement will be just a small settlement here, Duseni, to take care of a fire station for all of the oil wells. Maybe it needs to curve down first because there's more oil fields down there. Something like that. And come up here and have a road connection for the first section of the oil field right here. Asphalt road to speed up the fire trucks. Yeah. Again, shouldn't need a bus platform or a bus stop. We'll see if that remains true or not. Fire station on the outskirts of the village. A small heating plant over here. Could be in the center of town, like in Prostalova. But since the amount of workers in here is going to be so low, I think we can make sure that pollution is never going to be an issue. And they are going to live a little bit further away from the heating plant. Also give them an electrical substation where the fire station also needs to be in range. And then we need a high voltage switch and a transformer, which is all going to be somewhat expensive because of the low amounts of money that we have. We do have an electrical substation here. Okay, that reaches up until here, approximately. Get the substation over on this side. We will not be building this road right now, but I will already start it so I can pause it. One residential structure would be enough. Could also get a few less workers here, but you know, we're gonna give them the highest quality flat that we can. Ah, these are so low quality. Such a shame. As far away from the heating plant as possible. They will live over here. And then the basic things like food, clothing, alcohol, culture, sport, at least sport during summer, and the like. Okay, let's see how it'll go with the oil exports. It should pay for itself, it just will take a while to kick in. And we might need more trucks. Or a train. Train could also work. Let's see how many trucks we actually need. Looks like there's already trucks waiting here. So maybe we found the ideal amount already. 6 trucks. Might also be too many. Production is quite slow. I don't want to get any traffic warnings in this area. So if we do have too many trucks, I will put some of them in a road depot, I guess. Road has been cleared quite nicely, so that works well for us. And if the road is cleared while a fire breaks out in the pump jack, the fire truck should get here in time, I think. And if we can get this road connection up, then exports will be a little bit faster, meaning we need maybe 1 or 2 fewer trucks, because they can drive much faster to their destination. And start adding to the amount of pump jacks in the area. Now this town is probably small enough where a small shopping center is a small store and a small grocer would be fine. But it could lead to traffic issues. The other problem we have is this is maybe too far for the this is very likely too far for the police station. So we would have to send workers down there dealing with manning the police station in this area. Do I want this to be larger and also have the other university building in here? It's another question that I'm asking myself. It wouldn't require much, but it could be the source of university-educated population for surrounding other villages. And I think that is probably what I need. So we will have to set up a headquarter of the Communist Party in this area as well, and run a slightly higher population than I thought we would. Also, we'll need a technical service. We won't have to worry about a police station, we will have one. And the people manning that police station will come from the headquarter itself. I will have it on this side, I guess. I'll put the police station next to the main road, so if we have any other settlement on the main road, they can just send workers to, well, send police officers to set settlements as well. We'll get a second residential building. I did not use grid snapping for this, did I? No worries. We can probably place that relatively even. This is how it should be. And then something like that with the option of a footpath in between. Still need a clinic, still need... So this will get a small shopping center again because it's going to be a somewhat larger residential area. But we will need a shopping center and clinic. I don't like the tooltip at all. Okay, this will work. Not sure I can get a road connection like that, but I will see. I can. Good. And then we have another small-ish warehouse over on this side. Still missing the clinic. And a waste storage, which might be central enough where it can take care of everything but the fire station. I guess we can move the fire station a little bit closer if that is a concern. Or just drop another waste storage in there. That also works. Yeah, that's 122 meters, 125 is maximum. That should leave enough room for a footpath along here, if we need one. We have room over here. Yeah, the fire station will get its own waste handling. We'll set that up. What hasn't been built yet is a pub and a cinema, but there's plenty of room to have anything in this area. And looks like I'm building everything along the main road, which is fine. It's a side road off the main road. I do need to... Okay, I just realized my mistake. This is supposed to be a double lane road. So I need to make sure that we take that into account. When building in this area. So the heating plant will have to move over by a little bit. But it should still be in range. Even with that small... Yeah, there's still plenty of distance. Maybe we'll have a cold storage here at some point. Don't think we will. But the option is there. Alright. Earned a little bit of money, very good. Not enough to start any construction project, I would say. And we have people that moved into this flat, so now we can tell them that even someone with a university education moved in. And 4 have one in here. But now we can tell them to always work at the bus platform first. Shouldn't have any car owners. Nope, we don't. Good. Could have a few more parking lots, I guess. If they're also using the cars to go shopping here, maybe 1 or 2 more parking lots would be useful. I'll relocate the technical office down to the bus platform. Give them a dirt road. I don't have anything assigned, so if I give them 2 kilometers range and set the priorities, I can relocate all of the vehicles to the other building and use that area for parking. Otherwise it's only a supply route for more goods, not a main traffic route. So they can park here in this area if they want to. And there's even a free gas station, which we will have to replace by a proper gas station, probably over here. Okay, that would be the 3rd settlement. Quite a ways off. Which in turn would allow us to also have a farm in this area, which could farm all of this space. And then the 4th settlement would probably be something maybe along this road over here to have a food factory and a distillery. And the workers for the school and hopefully not police station, but the school and the clinic would come from Duceni. And also Karabadak mixed. Like they should both be in distance. And after we have the 4th settlement, we should then be able to actually have distribution offices researched. And then it would take a while to go up to car production. How's the oil doing? Do we have any trucks waiting here? Not right now, but that might be due to snow. The truck just left, so this will probably get here in time soon. Yeah. I think if there was no snow, we have more than enough trucks. For sure. Let's check the exports. Clothing is still very high, but oil is kicking off. And the oil export will have another positive effect of hopefully driving down the fuel price, or at least preventing it from rising too much. Yeah, you can see it's going down already. There was a weird curve. Let's check this year and remove 2 more years. Maybe only 1 year. Yeah, it flipped. The US currency and the ruble flipped for some reason. Weird. Have enough oil for another truck already. I do want the asphalt and concrete plant before I start building towards the 3rd settlement. I also kind of want a train station. The oil field really opens itself up to have a train station because it's going to be a lot of different oil pump jacks. So if we could all consolidate that into an oil tank and shove it into a train, with a lot of cars, that would be quite nice. But trains are very expensive. Maybe not the trains in our case, because we would be buying the very cheap ones. Diesel locomotives. We would be getting the pig, which only costs 15,000. But it drives only 40 kilometers. The most expensive thing would be cargo wagons, the tanker cars, which cost as much as a train does. This holds 60 tons of oil though. Nothing to repair. Okay. Looks like we have all the steel now. Let me set up a small waste storage for you. The internal one is 0.12 tons. This would be increasing that by quite a bit. Or I just get more waste trucks. I mean, these ones aren't driving that often. We'll set a storage up. It's fine. I probably have to set up a free fuel station down here, just in case, so nothing runs out of fuel, causes a traffic jam. Decent. Need more though. We always need more. Until we don't. But right now we still need more money. Yeah, I think the oh, okay. I think the iron mine field is probably something we can think about once we have a train set up, and maybe we will go towards the steel research and get a steel mill up with slow trains. We don't need to produce steel for export, we just need to have our own steel for car production. And then the steel mill would feed directly into the car manufacturing. We could of course still export steel, wouldn't be opposed to that. But if we have a steel manufacturing, we could link the car production line, we could link the mechanical components production line. I guess we would also need the research for that. I don't know where that one is even. It's probably here. Requires research engineering. Oh, the first one. Okay, sure. So we go metallurgy into steel production into engineering, and then work towards the road vehicle production line. So we could plan out the steel mill with the mechanical components factory that will feed our vehicle production line. And if we have a steel mill, it would not be next to a city. So the steel mill would be the first building that would require a decent chunk of workers driving there by car. And the vehicle production line needs even more. Oh well, I guess it needs the same amount, I think. Yep, same amount. About 100 of them will have to have a guaranteed university education. I think that's probably... that might be the end game even. I don't know. I mean, running vehicles for export might be the end game. That seems kind of tough, running a steel mill and a vehicle production line at full capacity with with cars. But it might work. Yep, no sport available. Sorry about that. Birth and death rate right now is even. We only had 2 escapes so far. Last year we had 4 in total. So, not a lot of escapes, which is good. We have to make sure it stays that way. Relocating the incinerator is also kind of important, because the further we grow, the more we are playing with fire. Oh, I guess this technical service might also be able to handle Tuseni. But yeah, the more waste we throw at it, the less health people in Carsachstan will have. Yeah, could be a problem. I also find it funny that our first settlement name actually came up as Carsachstan, because it's Carsachstan. One person couldn't get food. Random coincidence. Or they went to somewhere trying to get something that they couldn't. We're slowly running full on mixed waste. We are still getting a bunch of construction waste. Why are we getting construction waste? Because it's... oh, why are we getting that? Construction waste? Oh, from the quarry, probably. Yes. We'll also have to have a waste storage in this area. Something that can be filtered. The smallest one couldn't. Since it's industrial waste, I'm just gonna give them a container stand. Yeah, we wouldn't need that if we had a recycling plant, I guess. Then we could just dump all waste into the recycling plant first and remove all of the improper waste. We'll have to clean up our dumps and get the construction waste out of there. Since you are currently not busy, that is what you are going to do. We will remove any waste from this. And unassign the distribution office for now until it has been cleared. And then we're going to do that for each dump consecutively. Slowly remove everything. This might even earn us a little... well, this will earn us money because it's just construction waste, metal scrap and biological waste. There's nothing in there that should cost us money to export. But it will take a long time to load from here. But yeah. Either it costs us nothing or it will give us a little bit of money. Tiny amount. Maybe 10 rubles. To export. We went back up to 65,000 rubles. So the additional income from oil exports is very helpful. We might have one too many trucks here. We'll just let it settle in still. Snow has melted away recently. Where's the next truck? There it is. I guess we're not getting any traffic warnings, so it should be okay. I want at least, I think, to be over 100,000 again before I start constructing. And I think it'll be the concrete and asphalt area. especially with the loading for the gravel to speed that up. And it'll give us another storage. I mean, since we're money positive, I might as well start building that, right? No time like the present. It's going to be very costly. But it's a start. Flying close to the sun again. Having the small fast fire truck is useful, but in our case this is all gravel road, so not really that helpful. Import probably fabric. No, steel. Oh yeah, the conveyors, right. The conveyors can get built already. Construction workers will all come from this bus platform, which will be few and far between. Because we only have 3 people living here now. So it'll take a while before everything gets built. Yeah, I want to have the asphalt and the concrete ready before we start paving down this road. And then over here have the farm, and then try to make something that looks quite good with having a bunch of fields here in this area. And then, yeah, as I said, food factory, distillery, in a settlement over here. It doesn't need to run them at full capacity, but if it could reduce our imports and maybe export a little bit of it, that would be quite helpful. Okay, those construction tasks are expensive. I knew that. I'm gonna get quite low. All the profit wiped away. Not sure why this one has 64% life expectancy. It's probably because there's way less people in it, so deviation might be quite high. We have 36% higher educated workers, which is very good. So I would have no problem starting another research. Although, we can't. What if I skip the distribution offices? I think that would be a fatal mistake, but what if I skip them? I don't think I can. But what if I do? What if I get a steel mill early on? I mean, you don't need distribution offices. You could just run vehicles that constantly drive back and forth without waiting until loaded and unloaded. And they keep a building filled as well. It's just a lot of extra wasted fuel, I think. Maybe I should just get my mind off of things and start working on the US-based border. Get a settlement up there. I guess we could do that. Now that I've triggered a lot of construction tasks that take a lot of money. What would we do in this area? We would have to start all over again with 3 construction offices. And work our way towards the oil field. I think this is the closest oil field. It is very hilly, but I think it's the closest to a border. Yeah, we'll do that. So we need a road going through here, crossing this river, and then going into the oil field. And the settlement will, all it has to do is keep the fire station occupied. I don't want to run that with foreign workers, I don't think. It might be possible to just have foreign workers crewing that, but it's probably cheaper just having citizens here. starting another area. Why not? So the rail line is probably, we will keep that area open for an eventual rail connection. We'll go along here. Past these hills, down this way. Is that it? No. It's here. Down this way. Over here, and then we will need a bridge in this area. Get the trusty elevation tool out. We're at 46.7 meters, which is about here. This is 28 meters. I guess we could have a bridge that goes uphill. That's not a problem. I don't think the western border needs to be double lane road. I don't think this will be as extensive of a road infrastructure here. There are going to be things that we will need, but it shouldn't be that much. This will have high priority. You will get that as a source. Copy everything over here. Search range is 3 kilometers. And we don't need many vehicles here. I don't know if we have everything to build this. Looks like we don't. Looks like we don't have any cranes or anything. Oh god. I guess... I guess we will need to get excavators from the east. So we'll have to set up something here first to get over to this side and then start building from here. That's like a combined project. Yeah, we can't. There's no border close here. Alright, so... oh god. That would be a very large bridge. A rickety wooden bridge along here. There's not much from this customs house at all. 50 to 50. Wow. Well, I mean, we could build a proper bridge. Let's get this tool up. So... 50 meters. There's also a rail line connection on this customs house. We could be running trade here, but let's not think about that. I mean, we could also have road-based trading. Let's maybe make the bridge a little bit more sensible. That's a very large bridge. Weird project, but I guess we can run it. It would keep one distribution office occupied though, for refueling. And all the only reason we need all of this would be to get vehicles over to here. Crazy. I could try and wind down to make a very shallow wooden bridge again, but since this is also an opportunity for us to set up trade between west and east, I will set this up as a proper connection. And who knows, we'll probably get another free distribution office relatively soon. I don't need many construction vehicles here, they should just slowly build towards what we are planning. Okay, everything from here, copy that over. 3 kilometers. Let's see. I do not need buses in this area until I want to build the bridge. What does the bridge need? Gravel and a bunch of... I guess I don't need... Yeah, gravel and concrete. Asphalt. Yeah, we should just set up the bridge. We should not worry about the road at all until we get western vehicles. I will need concrete mixers from the east though, because we don't have the western ones yet. Let's see. So I guess we're just gonna build that bridge. Get one vehicle of each what we need. Get all the resources to the bridge and then just construct it. Money is quite low though. The other problem will be maintenance in this area, but I guess we're just gonna write those vehicles off at some point. It's all just for making use of the US currency. Sure. Well, if it wasn't for the vehicle purchase, we would have already almost made money this month. And yes, I did trigger a lot of construction projects, so we did spend a lot of money bringing resources to all of these construction sites. All they need now is just to get constructed. The buses are quite far away, and they're probably not gonna get here in time to pick up the worker, I just realized. I don't think I have another free construction office left. No. Now that means we will set up a road depot, because I don't need any construction vehicles. I don't need the road cranes right now. We will set up a free road depot. Move the road cranes over, and then relocate all of the workers, the construction office buses that transport workers, into the free construction office instead. And then surely that should be close enough to make sure that we can pick up set workers. Go here. Source for workers is this platform. Auto search 3 kilometers, go. Eventually we can have a very small construction office here that continuously performs this task. And maybe it'll make sense to have another residential building up, although 50 workers in total at all times for construction should be more than enough. So we'll have those buses down here right now, and that'll be good enough. One worker. Low priority, thank you. Also low, and also low. Please build these things first, thank you. Okay, I should start work on the western border, because the vehicle, well, I guess I only bought one vehicle, but the vehicle that I purchased is slowly getting older. We are going to get one concrete mixer and... Can I bring the other resources from this side? What do we have available? Flatbed. Maybe I should build a different bridge. Okay, pause. You already picked up concrete, didn't you? Yeah. What other bridge would I have available? I could build a steel brick bridge, bunch of steel, and brick for the elevation. Concrete bridge is more concrete. Wooden bridge, prefab is prefabs. Brick bridge, I guess I know what that is. Arch bridge, well, without trolleys. Mixture of random things. I think the beam bridge is going to look the best here, so we're going to keep that around and just keep going. I don't have a dump truck on the western border, so I also have to get an eastern one, unfortunately. Oh, did I check the wrong thing? No. Bus, cargo... Yeah, we don't have a dump truck. But we can get the workers from this construction office to send them over to here. So we don't have to get the workers from the eastern border. For now, we're just gonna let them carry the resources over there slowly. Oh, that would spend all of the money. Gonna get that one. Alright. Remove that construction office, we will not be needing that. Alright. So we have gravel, concrete, asphalt. We will need a road paving vehicle and a roller. And the workers will come from the western border as soon as all resources are present. That's going to take a while. 1,572 tons of concrete. That's going to be a slow drain on our resources for the foreseeable future. But after that bridge is up, we can buy more vehicles and start working on the western oil field. And maybe by that time we already have vehicles available and the bridge has become obsolete. Might be time to start spending some moments to beautify our settlement. Done. Nah, just kidding. Get another tree here, not too close to the building though. Can spend a lot of time with that. I wonder what other options they could implement to beautify settlements. I need a drink, it's getting very warm. Where are the buses go? Oh, the waste storage up here, sure. That's okay. That will help us filter out future construction waste from the incinerator. Because that's slowly filling up our waste dumps. This one's empty. Set this to wait until loaded, because you are done. So you can now start with the second dump. Wait until loaded. And we'll unassign the distribution office from here. We'll only be able to reassign the distribution into the cleared dumps until we make sure no construction waste goes in there. So we will have to set up this waste pickup site. Or I can just ignore it for now. Until we have it set up. Then I will not pick up anything from here, it will spill out, create a little bit of pollution. No, we should still pick it up and handle it. Otherwise, there will be one final spill somewhere. Okay. Alternatively, for now, we will export the waste instead of using the dumps. It's not expensive. It just costs a tiny amount of money to get rid of the ash. And since there's some construction waste in it, we might get a little bit of money. I mean, we're doing that right now anyway. Minus the ash that rots away. Could use a few more workers in here. We'll have to wait until our population has grown far enough. Is there a problem with population growth? A little bit. Last year was really good. I guess it is still early in the year, so the pollution from the heating plant is probably waning off. And the birth rate should go up throughout the year. We will need a road crane on that construction site. But yeah, if we can get the resources from the western border, that will be really helpful. I mean, if I set up a small bridge to get the resources, I could build this with US currency. might be smarter. Can I set up a wooden bridge here? I don't have an excavator. Don't want to buy an excavator. I don't think I can climb this without one though. Maybe I can. Doesn't look likely. I might have to get an excavator. But yeah, I think setting up this road first to get most of the resources from the western border is probably better for us. I mean, this would basically allow me to move all of the vehicles that we don't have over to this construction area. Oh, I'll take it. It's a very steep hill. I hope we have enough engine power to climb up. Now what can I do with you? Can I do the same thing and there's one space where you will allow me to construct a road going up here? This is very steep. I think we're not going to get past the requirement of having an excavator unless I slowly start inching. Oh, unless I slowly inch up the mountain. Thank you, game. I appreciate it. All right. Set up a wooden bridge. One more delivery of concrete. And otherwise, we will need to build that one. One delivery of concrete, one delivery of gravel, and some boards. We do have boards on this side. Don't have another distribution office though. $17 tons, holy hell. That sounds like too much. It's quite, oh my god. This is made for oil exports. We need to get them to the eastern border. Oh god. Road trains. Yeah, this is perfect. Anyway, I'm gonna get a small one. And we are going to run one import of fuel to the gas station and back here. Yeah, those Mark E are super good. How many buy-in workers do you start with usually? How many buy-in workers? Sorry for not seeing that message. What do you mean with buy-in workers? Do you mean like migrants? I think my minimum is 100, but I usually get more. As time goes on. You need at least 100, I think, to have a stable settlement. Okay. Long haul. This one could bring the boards. My god, they are good. Long haul. I haven't had a long haul. I wish there was a random color button. Migrated workers. Yeah, 100. 100 regular. Like this time I got 90 regular and 50 highly educated workers. That's what I went with. Okay. Assign that, so you can bring the boards over here. Right? 30 tons of boards. $30 tons of steel as well. Yeah, they're great. Maybe in the future we can start from the western border right away. Oh, we need the boards after the construction finishes, right. Awesome. Alright. Those vehicles are extra long. I need to free up a distribution office. I need to get distribution offices in order. I do have fuel. I have a manual truck running whenever I tell it to run. Because I'm out of distribution offices. Do I need a road? I do need a road crane, probably. Road crane. Let's get this one. Once we have both sides connected, I can dismantle this area and then migrate everything over to the western border. Okay, this should not get refueled anymore. That will be enough. Oh, I guess this is groundworks. This would just be an excavator. Well, it's 62 work days. I guess the US-based workers can do that. Brute force it. Or I could just get an excavator. Let's get an excavator as well. Why not spend all of the money that we have? Well, we have 4,000 rubles left. Enjoy. That should be the last of the money that we spent on that side. The rest should all be US currency. You can set the depot as the endpoint of your fuel trucks so you can start manually and it will end automatically. Yep, that's what I did. I have set it up that way, so this has a traffic route from the customs house to the gas station ending in the depot. It's very convenient. But not as convenient as a distribution office. Oh, I guess the other... we will have to spend some more money. I need to get a paver and a roller in this area. And the bus probably should go into a construction office that has no auto search assigned to itself, so it doesn't start working on other things. So you are going to go here. Oh, yeah, I know US is not correct. It should be NATO, but it's easier to write it that way. I'm still amazed that we got the road in here without any excavators. That thing is probably almost falling over, I would guess. Almost. Yeah, I don't think that's safe driving down that way. But it'll work. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna get the groundworks done, drive the boards there. We'll have a road crane ready on the eastern border. And then we should have a connection. I guess on this side we might only need 1 or 2 trucks to run the exports of oil. Not sure what we're gonna do with all of the US currency. Probably just extend the road network towards the east and connect both of them together. Got the loading platforms set. Gravel loading. It's funny that it sends out both buses if it's only one worker. Well, this whole area will take a while. And then we still have the asphalt and concrete plant. That will need construction. Maybe I should limit it to one bus. But this way I make sure I get all of the workers out of there. But it's also a little bit fuel inefficient. We have moved over 1,000 inhabitants in our nation. Only took us 4 years. We are at the brink of bankruptcy. We are earning a decent amount of money. But I have decided to start a second settlement on the other side of the map. Well, not really a settlement yet, but a road leading towards a new settlement area. A joint venture between US and, well, NATO and, I guess, is it Comic-Con? No, NATO is the defense. Is the defense treaty. What would it be? I don't know. 10 tons of boards. I guess it's multiple construction phases. Yeah. Hello, Sunchill. What's up? Well, we've started building on the western border as well. We've decided that one area of construction is not stressful enough, so also we don't have any rubles anymore, so we're just gonna leave that alone and just build on the western border instead. And now I'm trying to connect the west to the east with a large bridge, but first a small bridge. And then start working from the western border to another oil field to start exporting from that area and building up from that side as well. Then we're slowly gonna merge everything together over the next century. Road crane is moving in. Those US trucks are crazy. That fuel consumption is crazy too, holy hell. Oh yeah. I guess I don't need the distribution office over here anymore. I'm gonna plop down the road depot instead. Relocate you over and free up that building. They are not made for dirt roads. We will build this as an asphalt road. I just need to get the connection down first. This is already planned to be an asphalt road. But the US side does not start with any pavers, and I don't want to work that with buses full of workers. And it also doesn't start with any dump trucks. So we have to make the connection first, before we can have any hope of making an asphalt road here. Alright, now you can do fuel distribution on that side. They also don't have concrete mixers. And I guess the singular fuel truck that we have here, I don't know what we're gonna do with it. That will probably handle fuel distribution to the gas stations. The other one is a really small vehicle. Very cute. Okay, last construction phase. 15 tons of boards, 1 delivery. And then we got our bridge, we can move the vehicles over. We can get a paver and roller once we have the money for it at some point. Oh man, our US currency going down. Dangerous. I hope we can set up the settlement. We will need to set up the settlement and the export. Otherwise, if we run out of US currency, we are a little bit screwed. We could temporarily start exporting from the east to the west, I guess. But just in a regular fashion. I don't want to get Western vehicles and drive them to the east. I still think that's a little bit cheesy. Like, you could export Western vehicles to the east and then get resources from the east back to the west and basically print money that way. Maybe that's the end game, getting a license for Western vehicles that we are manufacturing in our own vehicle production line. Waste storage is up. Construction waste in here, please. Let's set it to 4. This one is set to 5, but 4 and 4 is fine. What's their max speed anyway? 90 kilometers. Yeah, that's very good. Long haul. Crazy. Wait a minute. Open haul. There's barely any price difference. This price does not seem right. Fire truck is insane as well. 90 kilometers, 23 workers. I don't know. I guess I haven't really started comparing fire trucks. 19. So 90, 23 workers. So basically it's this thing, but 90 kilometers an hour. Okay, sure. It'll appear probably. Types availability and US currency. The Mark P will become available relatively soon. We'll have a concrete mixer soon, maybe even this year. No, wait. That's a cement trailer. Mixer. 1966. Yeah, we can't wait that long. We have to move now. I guess that is a start possibility. This area of the map gives you the option to combine forces and use better Western vehicles to start things up very early on. Where's our bridge? Not that one, that one. Should finish that. Excavator doing the groundwork of the regular bridge, very nice. And then we can move all vehicles over and start actually paving from the western border. That means I don't really need that bridge anymore. But it will still not be nice to have, and we will pave all of this, but with Western currency instead. But we'll set up the road to the other bridge first, set up this bridge, get to the oil field with the settlement prior. So go to the other side, set up a settlement here, and the oil field is then nearby in this valley. That's a lot of that's a lot of settlements planned without being built. And then we have to get migrants, so we have to spend rubles or we have to relocate them into this area. Probably we'll have to wait until we have a bunch of 21-year-olds without their own flat, at least 100, and then open up the settlement to have them move over. Or by the time we have made enough money again to be able to run that area with fresh migrants. Okay, you're gonna move into the distribution office. I'll leave that free gas station here for now. And now a mixer, dumper, crane, paver, and roller. And the excavator once it's done with its work. And now they can start working on the road construction from this area. Hopefully the bridge won't be too expensive, it's mostly concrete. Should be doable. We will have to get the excavator over before they can start actually working on it. I'll let it finish the current construction phase though. It's almost done, so it doesn't have to drive over there again. I might give them an open hull truck. I mean, I do have an open hull truck, this thing. The excavator will go into the same office, and one vehicle will not be in there. So the excavator can get transported with the open hull truck, which will be way too long for that, but whatever. The crane can move over here, I guess. Almost done, right? $80 more workdays. We'll come back soon. They will start hauling resources to the first 2 construction sites already. And then we'll start extending up our asphalt road along this way and get the bridge set up and work on the settlement with the fire station and the oil field. We'll need an electrical wire to also go along here. We need a distribution office. I hope they have water and sewage tanks. If not, we can still buy them, that's fine. They do not, so we will have to spend some money to get a water and a sewage truck until they become unless they become available in time when the area is set up. And hopefully no fire will happen in the meantime. So the dump truck will become busy right away. And you... I guess you're working on the other bridge already, which is fine. That's quite nice, actually. But you will stop that once we start upgrading the other road. You can turn around and go here. This will be a slow construction process. And this will be on hold. I might have just cancelled the concrete mixer. Yeah, it was trying to build that one. Never mind. That will not get built. I thought you were trying to build the other bridge. Now we wait for the excavator. Then we'll set all of these roads to be upgraded and just let it continuously, slowly build everything. Pause them temporarily. Yeah, just let the excavator drive over. It's gonna take a while. The new settlement will have to have everything, but it will be a small-scale settlement. It will need a tiny repair station. It'll need a construction office for maintenance. Just so it continues working, I guess. Okay, almost ready with the gravel storage over here. That means our construction office can already be assigned to load gravel from here now. Need like 5 more workers to finish this. Quarried stone is full. The trucks are waiting to unload. Everything should be set up now. We have to make sure that no more waste, no more mixed waste with construction materials goes into this area. There's only ash in here, so we should be okay. Get rid of the remaining construction waste. And then we should only have ash in here from here on out. So I guess we're planning 2 settlements now, the next one to Seni, providing university education over here, and then the one up on the border with Mormosk will also require university education because it will be the only settlement over there for a while. But both of them will be necessary. Now we will have a lot of gravel in storage. What if I... Okay. Yep. We'll do that. That'll save some money. And then I can use priority from here to lower this priority towards the storage and supply the resources to the asphalt and concrete plant first. This little section of road can be removed then, I guess. And the demolition office will have to pick up workers from the other platform as well. How expensive is construction waste? 4 rubles. Cut that in 2 would be 2 rubles, and gravel costs 8. Is that right? Gravel recycling turns 60 tons of gravel, 90 tons of construction waste into 60 tons of gravel. Yeah, wouldn't be profitable to import to turn into gravel, unfortunately. That's a bit of a shame. any impact on the fuel price yet with the few trucks that we have. I assume not, but just to make sure. Fuel price is coming back up, so oil price should be about similar. But once we start exporting to the western border as well, there might be a more significant impact in that regard. This is mainly for the purpose of reducing the fuel price though, because we will always be required to import fuel when we are doing low tech. $30,000 rubles. I want to start building things. Okay, 18,000. Never mind. How's it going over here? Excellent. We're creating our road infrastructure. Will take a while, but we'll get there. I'm not going to get any more dump trucks. This will take as long as it takes. At least until I have 100,000 rubles again. I can't spare the expenses right now. Yep, start bringing gravel to the next road. We can build this whole road with no workers involved. First time we will need workers is this bridge. I like how this looks. I think it's gonna look pretty cool once the other bridge is also online, and then we have the small temporary bridge underneath the proper bridge, and then we could basically import resources from the west and export them to the east to sustain ourselves, if this becomes very profitable with the exports of fuel. Because compared to other resources, where the price in rubles and US currency will drift apart quite significantly, the price in oil is usually quite tightly related. So it will be much more profitable to continue exporting oil to the west than to the east in the future. But for now we need both. Is it worth it exporting gravel? I always think that gravel is just... Well, I mean it's worth it if you export it with a train in large volumes. But with a truck, the price of fuel seems kinda too much. It is 9 rubles per ton. That would be close to 100 rubles for 11 tons. And we're getting 500 rubles for oil. $450. A fifth. But we do have a lot of gravel, so we could throw that out continuously as well. If we had... Well, we don't have western dump trucks yet, but if we had a dump truck in the capacity of a long haul, 30 tons of gravel, that would be neat. These trucks also seem like they would be really useful for export, because 30 tons of flatbed storage, combine that with containers, That would give you capacity for... Let me get an equivalent vehicle up. So let's say we have a covered hull truck, which can carry 7 tons of crops. If this were an open hull truck, which would be about equivalent, it would carry 14 tons of crops if it were containers. And the equivalent here can carry, instead of 7 tons of crops, it can carry 10 tons of steel. So it's a factor of 3 from the US to the Eastern truck. So 7 tons of crops, so we would be able to carry 21 tons of crops times 2, so 40 tons of crops with a truck. I think we're gonna have to get the trucks over here. We're gonna have to export oil to the west and build a road here and get some long haul trucks down here and export crops with just trucks. And also use those trucks for harvest. That's gonna be ridiculous. They do consume a lot of fuel though, I think. They have a very high engine power. But yeah, having these would be so cool. Value. Locomotives, sure. 8.4. Okay. And we're gonna get the Mark Ps as well. Wonder how they are going to differ. If they're going to be better versions or cheaper versions with the same capacity, bring them on. Back to 30,000 rubles. I hope we have enough money to set up the Western settlement. It's going to be a slow process. We can assist the construction from the east, but the any export from this area would go to the Western Customs House, I think. Did you finally arrive? Okay. Cool. I think this is the first time where the excavator was full size represented on the back of a vehicle. Oh, maybe not quite full size, but almost. Was shrunk down just a little bit. Okay. We definitely will need a distribution office in this area, but it can share the responsibilities between fuel distribution and bringing food and clothing to the settlement. Should I export gravel? Probably. We still have our emergency fire station buses here. Dump truck speed. Those are not great. This one is just too small. This will take 40 deliveries before it has paid for itself. If we get... well, I guess it only carries 5 tons of rubles, so... I will take way more gravel. 9 rubles. Let's say 10 rubles times 5. So 50 rubles. That would be 10 plus 10 times 50. That doesn't seem... no, 10 times 5. I need to do math. I'm not gonna do math. We get 50 rubles, so 4,000 divided by 50. I am going to do math with the calculator. 80 trips. Okay. Per vehicle. For it to have paid for itself, and then it would be profitable. This one can carry more, this one can carry double, drives 20 kilometers an hour slower. I think this is... but it also costs way more. I don't know. Exporting gravel feels wrong. Clothing exports to the rescue, I think. Just more workers. More workers all the time. Maybe I should start working on the bridge. But I said I wanted this first, so I guess we'll start working on the... I need the concrete first. I guess I don't need concrete. This is brick, steel and asphalt, because it's an arch bridge. I guess we're gonna get the asphalt then, the rest we can get, but asphalt and concrete are not available anymore until we get it set up. Maintenance of buildings should not happen that quickly. Let's get the conveyor set up and the asphalt plant. 40 tons of steel is a lot. I will probably regret that. 40 tons times 400. Well, that's 1,000. That's 16,000, right? 40 times 400, 16,000, yeah. Plus the mechanical components. We might be able to export clothing fast enough where we will have the money. I don't want to take loans at all, ever. But I'm currently edging really close to breaking that promise. Let's also run some toxic waste imports again. We've almost cleared all of that up. Remove that. Go here, load, wait until loaded, shift over. You can dump waste on this again. Yeah, we can run some toxic waste imports at the detriment of the citizens' health. No, that's horrible. We'll keep everyone healthy, keep our population growth up, and just run the clothing factory more efficiently. That should be fine. We will also need to import bitumen continuously for the asphalt plant, but that should be okay. And this thing will also need 27 tons of steel, so let's be a little bit cautious, I guess. If we can get another settlement here, we can get a road all the way across. Have some gas stations. I guess it's not that bad laying a high voltage wire across. Especially if we're using underground wires, just takes a while to dig out. Lay the high voltage wire, get some... well, the transformers will be the problem, I guess. Yeah, they have to be next to settlements to make sure nothing burns down, I guess. So 16,000 for the steel plus a bunch for the mechanical components. This settlement's only purpose is being here to keep the oil field from burning down and providing a university education to other settlements in the area, which is a lot of money for not much benefit, but it will allow us to also get towards the distribution offices, especially since we will have another settlement up on the western border to give us that that research. Okay, conveyor set up. Still, oh, I guess we need to assign the source of concrete again. I prematurely unassigned that. The building construction still needs concrete. No escapes yet. Very good. I should use some of the other trees. I do like the beeches, but pine trees in the city don't make much sense, I don't think. Don't know what kind of tree that is. And these seem to be evergreen trees, so... This should be in range of the repair station. I'm going to extend this range. Oh man, we might have... Maybe this town is in range of the repair station also. Then we don't need to set up a small repair station in that location. That would be useful. 3 kilometers is a good range. How much is iron ore? Only 10 rubles, but if we change it up to iron, we would reduce the amount, but increase the resource density up to 24 rubles. Let me take a look at how this connection between the east or the south and the northwest is gonna go. We will have to build a few more bridges. I don't think we're gonna go up on that plateau. I think we're gonna cut across here. And then probably climb this to... I do want a larger bridge, well, a higher elevation bridge here to make sure that travel along the river is not impeded. Let's take a look from the other side. Could go along this way, but this ends in a very steep area. If we go this way and then come down here along this river, come down here. I mean, there's no real natural elevation to cut across unless we climb up the side of a mountain and then cut across. I was wondering if there was maybe an elevation on either side, like this one. If we go, well, it's a very long bridge. It's very ridiculous. I think the original idea is probably gonna be what's gonna happen. Go up this mountain, cut across here, and then lower down. And then go along this river to cut over here and connect to the settlement. So we'll have to go down here along this river, cut across somewhere, and then connect over to this mountain with this as an intermediate point. Hello, low runner. Where did I get the map? The map is on the workshop. It's called New Horizon 2. Someone suggested it because I was playing random maps all the time and they said random maps are easy mode. So now we're playing on a fixed map. New Horizons 2.0 on the Steam workshop. I got it from there. I will link it actually. Oh, it's still open in my workshop for some reason. Didn't reset that. There's the link. You're welcome. I guess we also need asphalt. Everything unassigned too early. Let's get the asphalt plant up. Probably need... Yeah, we'll unassign things once they start getting built. It's going to be expensive. Money that would have been much better spent in another settlement. But we're going to do that with US currency now. Another dump truck would really help. Especially when we are paving things, because otherwise it will have to travel back and get more resources before the paver can continue. But I don't want to spend any more money on this. This is just slowly going to build towards the bridge. Hopefully get the bridge set up, and then we can continue on from there. So, just to put the plan on the map. My intention is to have the road come down this mountain, follow this river, and then at some point cut across to this mountain. We can do that from here, probably. It will be a very strange bridge, I think. And also quite expensive, but it's going to be... We're done with US currency, so it should be fine. So I think first we're going to cut over to here, which is 21 meters, and then we have to go up to... Oh god, 100 meters? Really? Well, we don't have to go up to all of the 100 meters. I want to get to at least 50 meters, I think. So we don't interfere with any ships, because I think the highest ship is 40 meters. So we are up to 23 here. Go to 20-ish. Then have a small corner. Can't end above water, yes. I can't go higher than this. 35 meters, is that right? Let me check. How high is this? "20 meters. That doesn't sound right. Maybe we have to raise the terrain first before we can get a bridge that high. Let me check another bridge. Concrete bridge is usually... not the concrete... yeah, the concrete bridge is usually my friend. 35 meters already. Wait, it starts at 0. So this is... oh yeah, it's 0 meters at the ground, okay. But it's 0 meters from the ground, so I need to have the elevation open to know how much it is. So that would be 40 meters, 5 meters from the height over the cursor plus the elevation from the bridge itself. That seems kind of ridiculous. Okay, don't we have another area where we can cut across? I might have to get some excavators here and raise this area up. And then I can connect into this mountain, lower this, and have a road come down this side. This bridge looks fine. I'm also not thinking about running a dual lane road here right now. But we probably also need that. Okay, go along the river. So an initial plan for the road network. And then probably a connection somehow over this side with a bridge that is high enough. Doesn't have to be at the start, but, well, do I want to run ships anyway? That's the question. I do like the beam bridge a lot. This is... yeah, I don't want this over the river. I have to make a hill here of significant height, a hill here, then I can run across, flatten this out and turn around here. And this way we'll go back to our town area. This will have to cut across a small bridge here and then it's back home. So no problem. Oh, we're down to 2,900 rubles. But we do have all of the resources on the construction side, which is good. We don't have much money left, which is bad, but another clothing export should be happening in less than a ton of clothing. And then we'll have asphalt. So now I can go ahead and unassign the asphalt source. And then for concrete, we'll wait a bit until we have like 30 or 40,000 rubles and do the same thing again. Running that close to bankruptcy is a little bit worrying. I wonder how much loan we could take. 2.5 million. That's not that much. That's not that much at all. I mean, we could have so much money now. Since we have a western and eastern border point connected. But no, we have to stay strong. We have to not overdo that. Almost got enough resources for the next road segment. Should I get another dump truck? Travel distances are gonna get quite long. Maybe we'll unlock the other western vehicles soon. Maybe I'll include a dump truck in the Model P. US-based dump truck. 1966, so 2 more years. But, yeah, sure, we'll wait. I will need to be a gas station on this road for sure, but we can use free gas stations. This is a long haul road, I guess. And yeah, this bridge might have to be shortened a little bit to make some... We have to elevate this basically. Does it list ship height here? No. I don't need to worry about it that much. The only thing that is that high is the container liner, I think. It would be quite awesome running a container liner on this map level. And we'll have a small bridge. Can be a concrete one. Or we'll have 2 bridges because it's going to be double road. This is very, very flat here. Feels too flat for a bridge. If there's any movement in water, it would just run over the bridge completely. We'll probably have to put in some artificial inflation here. Not inflation, elevation. Inflating the terrain, I guess, technically. And then raise the bridge to be a little bit higher to cross the gap. And then it'll look fine. Need to get down a road depot and an excavator in the area at some point. Money is going back up, very good. We will have our asphalt plant soon. And things are quite slow and... what's the English word? Slow and deliberate. We'll have to be very deliberate with our expenses. I could start working on a food factory and a distillery in walking distance of these residential structures, replacing the incinerator. So have them over on this side maybe. I don't know if that would be a good idea. I think first I will probably need to set up another incinerator, or I just need to export my waste again. Don't want to start exporting hazardous waste though. Can this town also run a food factory or distillery? Probably. It wasn't meant to have a lot. Cinemas everywhere is kind of annoying. So, food. I guess a distillery would be better for export. If we were to set up a distillery in the area, we would need to bring crops and have the buildings be in walking distance. So we could set up something maybe on this side, quite far away, and then have a distillery in the area. Would run with crop imports for the start. I think we'll be better off setting up a farm as a first building. With a farm with a grain silo with a rail connection. No, we need the western vehicles. We don't need grain silos. We need a container loading station. We'll set up a farm with a container loading station and just export all the crops with containers instead. That might work. Would be very strange, but could work. And then long haul export them to a customs house somewhere on the map. Maybe up here, where no other resources are being pulled from or go towards, so traffic jams are not a problem. I mean, crop distribution with containers inside our nation would be kind of awesome. And the storage would also be more compact, I think. Okay, got our asphalt plant. That one will need bitumen. We have a little bit of money left, so why not import some bitumen? 30% should be fine. When it's 5 tons, I'm gonna get more bitumen. Oh yeah, I guess we could export the crops over to the second customs house. We do have that option. Could have a road lead around this area. Or just off the main road towards here, like we already have, but better, set up better. Wouldn't be the worst. Snow's gonna start falling soon. There it is. Just as I was saying. So now we have gravel and we have asphalt. That means we could start making our own roads. With disregard for resources, basically. It would still cost us bitumen every now and then. And we are very short on money. So maybe let's remain a little bit cautious. I'm not sure I should be running toxic hazardous waste imports, so I will get rid of that. Okay. Some money, please. No loans. The thing I'm trying to build is not inherently profitable. It would give us a lot more pump jacks, and I think those would probably be profitable quite quickly. I really need to get the US vehicles over. They are awesome. Maybe I'll start with a cheap wooden bridge here, just to get the US vehicle over. Just start with temporary bridges again. And then, yeah, I want the US based vehicles over in my grill. Could would have a bridge here and then over here. I mean, we could even raise the terrain. I guess this doesn't even need raising, it's just... Okay, it does underwater. But it almost doesn't need a bridge. I was thinking of starting to continue the road construction on this side. But without a concrete bridge towards this area, I think that would be a little bit overdoing it. Yep, raising the terrain and connect to the other customs house. The vehicles only need 6 months to arrive to new cities. Yep. No problem. Should I get another dump truck for the construction in this area? I think so. I need another dump truck, otherwise it's going to take too long. No, can't buy it. It's too expensive. Gotta wait for more money. We'll get a dump truck. But not when it's that... I said I didn't want to do more construction and purchases below 100,000 and now we're dumping along below 10,000. Also money's going down quite quickly. What are we importing? Fabric is expensive, yes. Okay, coal for the heating plant, that makes sense. Yeah, one dump truck here seems to be enough. Our parking lots are up. Okay, now the workforce seems to be sufficient. Getting more personal vehicles is also going to be really expensive. More than 1,000 rubles per car. $1,600. We could just go with the cheap option. But I don't think they have a very good effect on loyalty. I don't think this area will need another factory, because it doesn't even have enough workers for the current factory. We still can get more population, so the workforce will be growing. We need 40 more workers, which would be 120 citizens. So this area will be experiencing a slight unemployment, which I haven't had in ages in this game. That's like, I always run a minimum amount of workers and have 0 unemployment most of the time. Okay, let's get to 30,000 rubles before we do anything crazy. I also exported the videos to YouTube, but they're at 360p and they're not going up in resolution. I don't know what's going on. They are fine on the Twitch VOD, but yeah. I'm not sure if this series is gonna make it to YouTube if it stays like that. I have about 6 days to figure it out, I guess. So we have concrete, gravel, we have asphalt, we don't have steel, we don't have bricks. So we would have to pay for steel. At 500, that would be 13,000? No. Let's get the calculator. Oh, it would be 13,500. Okay. Wow. Then we don't have the money for the bridge. We could start paving more road though. Bitumen import 3,000 for 11 tons. That's okay. I don't need double roads though, at least not yet. Money's looking okay. I don't think we have any large expenditures like expenses like electronics anymore, so as long as population stays stable, 84% happiness feels quite good. Loyalty is even 32%, hasn't dropped down to 30. Some pollution being an issue. The factory and the incinerator are quite close. But overall, seems to be running... Okay, 62 years is quite low. 56 is even lower. I don't know why you have lower life expectancy. Oh, heating plant and factory. The heating plant is becoming a problem now. And I think that's stifling our population growth. I would imagine. We have to get the heating plant out of there. Now, since this is a larger town... Probably. I don't know if we could share the responsibility of a heating plant between both towns here. So we have a kilometer here. Have the heating plant in this area. But that would not be... yeah, that would be slightly too much. Unless we put the heat exchanger in this area. Or we have a heat pumping station. Now the biggest worry of course is that we cannot run a heating plant with buses. And that's the most frightening thing, I think. A heating plant with only workers via cars in a facility that does not require higher educated workers is too dangerous, I think. I would probably leave that heating plant there just as an emergency. But we would have to set up a heating plant, heating pipe, and a bunch of parking lots and see if we can run this. Might be fine just setting up a small heating plant further away and running a heating pipe into this heat exchanger. We would need to combine two heating pipes into one. This outputs 210 cubic meters, and each small heating pipe only can do 100. Why can't you run a heating pipe plant with buses? Well, that's part of the challenge. Well, I guess a heating plant isn't an industry, so technically a critical infrastructure would be allowed buses, wouldn't it? I'm trying to make a car-focused run, so I was thinking that heating plants in other facilities also require vehicles. Because the teachers and the doctors over here are arriving by car. And yeah, there's no bus route here. And I thought the same applied for a heating plant. But I think for critical infrastructure it's just not feasible. Yeah, my challenge. I think for critical infrastructure we're gonna have the problem like in the first Carsachstan run. where I could not get them to go into the heating plant. And they would just balance themselves between buildings that didn't make sense, especially when I set up a steel mill in this area. Then everyone's going to drive to the steel mill instead of where they should actually go. Yeah, the challenge. But I mean, it is a challenge, isn't it? That's the point of a challenge, to see if it is actually possible. So if we have the heating plant over by this side, coming out of the town, off to the side of the bridge. I would need so many cars to make sure this keeps running. I'll need an aggregate storage for the coal. If this doesn't supply heat to another town, it's going to be so much overkill. Maybe I should just use a small heating plant. Let me check the price. So this gives me 210 cubic meters of heat water tank versus 1000, so a fifth. This costs 20 tons versus 73, so this is way more efficient. This generates about the same amount of pollution, like a 1:5 ratio, I mean. But 5 small heating plants would give me a lot more aggregate storage than one of these. I don't know. I think this area might be... I think we will have to have a large heating plant because this is also running at full capacity right now. But just for the fact that we won't be able to have 7 workers in it at all times. When they arrive with cars, they will be too spread out. How much distance is this? Okay, so this we would be able to do with 1 heat pumping station. So we would not need a heating plant here, and this would be relatively pollution free. We could have a heat pumping station here that splits into 2 settlements. So I guess Karabadag will run the large heating plant, or attempt to run it. And then when there's a problem with the vehicles not being able to go here, things are going to turn bad really quickly for other settlements. Let's try to make a road that looks a little bit like it belongs. We would need a lot of parking lots here. 30 workers times 3 plus some extra. Well, 5 large parking lots. I do like the medium parking lots more. Okay. Basic parking lot setup. Where are the heating pipes? That side. Okay. Then a conveyor engine transfer here. Into a small aggregate storage. At some point maybe filled by train, but yeah, don't think that's going to be the case for us. If it wasn't for that challenge, this would be so much easier. This is not something we can build right now because of lack of money, but it is something we certainly can plan right now. Water and sewage can be on the main road here. There's nothing else in this area. Maybe here. Hello Vesrelix, welcome. Pause that. So this would give us 32, 64, 128 parking lots, which should be sufficient if we have enough workers that can drive vehicles and want to work here. Because all the vehicle owners will be highly educated workers, we need to have an excess of highly educated workers that they want to drive to other areas. This might be possible. If this town has enough workers, they might want to drive and work there. Like if we have an excess of highly educated workers in the clothing factory, if they do own cars, and if they have cars, then they would be able to drive to another area. I don't know how many car owners we have right now. I mean, it's like 8 per parking lot. 32, 40 car owners here, at most. But these ones don't even have cars yet, so buying cars is expensive. I need to get that other dump truck to the western border. They need to continue building stuff there. Let's get another dump truck here. $8,000 rubles because we're made out of money. Sure, go ahead. Get that dump truck over there. In winter, because why not? This area of the map feels like New Frontier territory, like trying to reclaim the wild, very hilly, not a lot of room. I like it a lot. I also have to plan out this settlement. to play this on the beta release? I do, yes. I do have the waste management, recycling, research, everything enabled. And I have set myself a bunch of challenges while I'm playing. Okay, the shadows of the bushes are, I think, too large. Let me write that down. Maybe that's related to the map, I don't know. Might also be related to some other weirdness. Okay, so we want our town here. Definitely a small heating plant only as the start of the settlement. Let me check again where the oil was. Yeah, we're right on the border of the oil. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's fine. Oh god, there's so little oil. I guess it's hard to see right now because of the snow. Small heating plant. And then an asphalt road that will be the center of the village / town. And also lead into the oil field to pump everything out. Bus platform, bus stop doesn't really mean anything here, unless I want to do construction with local citizens, which I don't really think I will do. We will need a small shopping center. A warehouse. It's been a long time for me. I tried to learn realistic mode and I'm gonna try again. Yeah, realistic mode is very fun, I think. It's quite challenging to get into, but once you get into the flow of things and it isn't too slow for you, I really enjoy it a lot. Is population growth still fine? Looks like it. Last year... Yep, seems okay. Okay, that's our shopping center. We'll have the small clinic across. Since the road is asphalt, I don't have to worry as much about footpath distances. They can just walk along the road here. Fire station will be close towards the exit on that side, because that's where the oil field will be. We will need a university. We'll get the small headquarters of the Communist Party again. I guess that could be somewhere off to the side a little bit. A pub. Making these roads so small requires to have them be built by workers all the time, but I guess it's fine. I do need waste storage for the clinic especially, but everything else as well. So if you want to start small, like really small, yes. I feel like going for oil or power plant is too much. Oil is still fine. You only really need one oil well to be profitable. But you do need to make sure that you have a small settlement that can maintain it. I have a clothing factory and one oil well, and it's keeping me afloat. The other benefit of the oil well is that it keeps the price of fuel down. So as you expand, the fuel price doesn't climb exorbitantly high as you get more and more vehicles. Maybe for the western border we should use these flats, but the quality of flat is so bad. I don't like it. Gravel production and logging have a very low amount of money gained per item, and I think you need to transport them in huge quantities. Maybe it is possible to start with, now that I think about it, maybe it's possible to start with a logging camp if you start in the 1970s and you build from a western border, because the vehicles from the western border have so much more carrying capacity. Maybe it's possible to just haul tons and tons of boards with these vehicles. 30 tons of boards is much better. I don't know. Oil has a easy setup cost and is relatively resource dense. Clothing, you barely need any vehicles to transport it. You can basically do it on the side with your vehicles that import resources for your citizens. And I guess for oil you also don't need any workers except for the fire station and the eventual maintenance of buildings and material in the new version. Okay, got the university, one building, cinema. I guess we will need a police station as well. And a school, and a kindergarten. I only need a small one, but it's barely any more resources, so let's get a medium-sized one. Heating plant up to here. We still have more room on this side for residential structures, I guess, but also the kindergarten. And a small school, don't need a large one. Okay, that'll be our western settlement whenever we get to it. Probably forgot a few things, not counting electricity, water, and sewage. I guess the sewage we could just dump into the river and not care. But water would be import based, quite far away actually. Let's see here. That's not true. That's not what I wanted. Here, along this route, 4 kilometers from the border. I don't want to set up a water tank just for this town. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. Probably need to set up 2 residential buildings for this to make it worthwhile with the university, but also remains to be seen. We'll fit the footpaths after we have set up the main road. That'll be something for after we cross that bridge. We should have 2 dump trucks here now, so construction should be sped up considerably. Where is the other dump truck? You're out of fuel. What did you do? Did we not have fuel in here? I don't know what you did. Maybe you delivered gravel. Oh, you delivered gravel here. Okay, no, that's not going to be a thing. Well, I mean, you can deliver gravel here, that's fine. But I will not allow you to drive to the other gas station over there. I'm gonna cut that connection off for now. We got 30,000 rubles. I think we should start the bridge construction. We don't need any concrete just yet. We did bring all of the concrete from the border here. We'll start work on the bridge and also get the construction towards Tuseni underway. But yeah, I mean, if you start regarding your question, I assume it was a question, I thought you were just saying things. If you want to start very small, basically what you're setting up is a village with capacity for running a fire station. If you don't want to set up any settlement, you're running workers from the border. In both cases, what you will need is an operational fire station, and then you can have set up anything. In the new version, however, you will not be able to see the resources on the map if you enable research. You can, however, still pick buildings that are available and look around for resources by yourself. Yeah, I want to start, but unrealistic on the beta. I know it's a scuffed way to learn. I mean, you will have to learn it at some point. It does have tutorials about the new features. You can do those and then jump into it. I think the easiest way to get set up is either a clothing factory if you want a settlement, or an oil well nearby a customs house. I think the oil well is still the easiest. You don't need a lot, you just need an oil well. and make sure it doesn't burn down. This is my oil well. That's all it is. It doesn't have a fluid tank, it has nothing. It has enough trucks to transport all the oil out of it. It's quite far away from the customs house, but that's the way the map is set up. And this is supposed to keep the oil and fuel prices low. So once we start expanding, the fuel and oil price does not shoot up ridiculously high. Because with the other limitations that I've set myself, only 1 research per settlement, yada yada, lots of different things, I won't be able to get to an oil refinery in this run at all. So I have to look for other ways to drive down the price and keep fuel affordable. And in our case that will be ever increasing oil exports. Yeah, road construction will be okay. We'll set up the asphalt road as much as we can. Don't need to construct both sides. This doesn't need to be constructed right now. Just 3 cities for an oil refinery. Yep. If you start with a technical university, I could have gone to get an oil refinery, but I didn't. The other restriction that I put for myself was I wasn't allowed to search for resources until I unlocked the... Oh, 3 more, yeah. I didn't allow myself to manually search for resources until I unlocked the resources overlay. Yeah, if I get Tuseni set up, the settlement over here that is yet to be named. What's the name going to be? Svidava. If I get Tuseni and Svidava up, I would need 1 more settlement, and then I technically have enough research done to get an oil refinery. And then I think money problems would be gone. Forever. As long as I keep enough oil supplied to the oil refinery. And I place the oil refinery somewhere here next to the river and just run exports to the border. We'd be golden. But low tech to me screams no oil refinery, and that's why I'm not really trying to go for it. If I try to do farming, then it has to be basically end up in clothing anyways, so I may as well begin with clothing and then go backwards. I haven't tried it yet, but my assumption is that with the new fertilizer and the increase in farming capacity, it might be possible to run farming as a main source of making money. You will not receive a lot of money for your first fields until you start fertilizing them. You should only use solid fertilizer. But after they increase their throughput, once they become fertilized, they should become really profitable. And all you really need is a fire station to make sure the farm doesn't burn down. Trucks and wait time. Yeah, it probably requires you to set up a rail-based system relatively early. But the game makes it easier now because it does, well, setting up a rail system is the same as previously, but a little bit easier because you do have options for grain silos with a rail connection directly. A very large grain silos that can hold 16,000 tons. Oh yeah, I like these construction materials early on, because you basically cut the waiting time of the customs house for other resources, but in our case it wasn't really necessary. I just like doing it and having it. Especially since we will have a lot of infrastructure. The game also allows you now to set up industries way differently. previously you were limited with like factory connections. So if you had a cargo train station that went into a factory and then, or in a storage and then in a factory and back into a storage, you might have needed more than one cargo train station, but the game is getting a little bit crazy with how many factory connections it offers on one cargo train station for you. So you can have 6 rail lines and 20 or so cargo connections on one cargo train station, and then set up on the right side a grain silo into a factory and back into a warehouse without any huge amounts of difficulty. Yeah, the grain silos are very large now. Okay, it's 11,200 tons, not 16,000, but still. Can also have them without a rail line. And also way more warehouse options, from a very small one to a very large one, with 1,280 tons of crop storage. Basically what you can do is just have a warehouse that connects to a clothing or food factory, and then you store some crops in here and the rest is like the other resource, and you can export directly from it. Does it have a border on the end of the map? Water should go outside the map. Water does go outside the map. I don't think there's a border. It's always water, unfortunately. So the 2 customs houses are out here. I think it's, what is it? Livelstock and Rovenduma are the customs houses outside the map. So it'll travel a little bit. Ships would be the best for farms. Yeah, we could run grain ships here. Yeah, the river is quite substantial. We do have to cross it. I already laid out my plans to have a crossing here and then another small river crossing here, with this bridge being slightly higher so we don't interfere with any ships. It's a very nice map. It's available in the workshop. It's called New Horizons 2. And let me copy the link again, I guess. This one. Why do I need a crossing? You could make 2 sides and just use ships to bring stuff from one side to another. I don't want to set up ships. Do you know how expensive ships are? A bridge is going to be much cheaper than trying to set up ships right now, especially when all I want to bring over is vehicles to this side. Alright, I'm getting the bridge set up. Vehicles can be brought over without this bridge. I know, I could have a cargo train station, a cargo ship station with... I could also raise the terrain and just run a dirt road across, but I don't want to destroy the map that way. I feel like setting up a bridge will look quite cool. I mean, if we go by that, I could solve my money issues right now. This setup would solve my money issues right now, from Momosk to Sochav. We could just get 1,000,000 rubles right now. Is that what you want, Zero Wheel? Is that what you want? To make me rich? I can make me rich. Almost done with the paving. Yeah, there's a few things in the game that if you do them, like if I would do them, they kind of ruin the game for me. I did that in the last series. At the end I stopped down and well, it wouldn't even be rich in ruble, poor in dollar. I would basically print money. There's a way to earn money without taking a US-based loan. The way the resource costs are set up means that you can create money just from trading. Because there are some resources that cost way more in rubles than in US currency, and there's some resources that are about even in resource cost. And that difference will allow you to create money on one side of the trade chain, while on the other side you basically trade US currency for rubles. And then on the other trade you're getting more rubles for the US currency. And you do that over and over, and it just prints money. I think that thing is driving backwards, but I guess that's normal. I wish there were more repercussions for taking out loans and not paying things back. Like, I would feel less bad if they disrupted my republic if I did that. But right now there are no repercussions, unfortunately. Not like war, no. That would be a bit much for this game. But more like economic interference. So if you take out a huge loan and you don't pay it back, they will enact sanctions on you. And then things like the game will check what resources you are importing a lot, and it would raise the price for imports but not raise the price for export for it. So yeah, raise import costs, exactly, but not raise the export costs. So basically a one-sided detrimental interaction for you. Which wouldn't affect you if you are becoming self-sufficient, but most players don't have everything available to be self-sufficient. Or maybe just cut out a resource import altogether until you concede some things to them. I don't know. A lot of options with the event system. Okay, we're across the river. Oh no, don't cause disloyalty, that would be annoying. Like covered ops in your nation causing discontent and people to rebel. I wouldn't mind if the game had like protests. But I assume that would be quite difficult to implement. We haven't had an escape for over a year, which is good to see. That means our justice system is working very well. So, is the heating plant the next large setup? I don't think so. I think this heating plant will happen after Duceni gets set up. The heating plant will be necessary to run this at full capacity, because otherwise we're always going to lose some population. But for now I want to expand down here and improve my oil extraction by providing fire safety so I can set up more pump jacks. Composting? Yeah. That would be the other research. Go down towards waste separation, so all your citizens throw out their biological waste independently and you can turn it into fertilizer. I think we're going to set up Duceni and then set up a farm and start exporting some crops. And when we have that, that's when I want the US trucks, because then we can get the very large trucks to export the crops for us. The Mark E. No, they're only 13 tons. Right, I needed the flatbed trucks and run the crops through a container loading station. It's gonna be weird. We're going to run all of our crops through containers. I don't think that's going to be very useful. Maybe it will be. The new version has set it up so you can actually choose which containers get loaded on a transport route, so... We could have a huge storage depot that is just a bunch of containers everywhere. And then pick and choose what we want. Remove fuel distribution from here, put another free gas station over here. And get the distribution office relocated with all tasks copied and the vehicle relocated. And then set up this as a destination. And that should be it. I wonder if you could make a starter economy out of importing waste and recycling it. Oh, you should have seen my previous episode. It wasn't so much recycling as it was throwing it into the incinerator, but it was very profitable while it lasted. But for recycling you do need research, so it's not going to be immediately possible right away. Do I even need to use fertilizer? You could use a sort of crop rotation and let the fields recover naturally, but then it will be less efficient. Biological fertilizer, solid fertilizer is very efficient for a very low cost. So fertilizer is very cheap, 2 rubles per ton. It's very efficient. Yep, hazardous waste does drop quite significantly in price. Unfortunately. I don't know why they did that. I do know why, but I'm not taking any blame for that. It's not my fault. Yeah, the heating plant is churning out a lot of pollution most of the time. It's quite... well, it's a combination of the heating plant plus the incinerator plus the clothing factory. Maybe I should shut off the incinerator and continue exporting waste for the benefit of population growth. No. I'm not gonna do that. We still have population growth. We just have a few people that perished a little bit earlier. It's gonna be fine. Pollution is only minus 1.4. 527 cases in the last 4 months. It's quite high. Even a negative value, yeah. I mean, hazardous waste is very profitable to import. I think the minus symbol and then an extra minus symbol is a little bit confusing now. The other one is other waste, which also gives you a little bit of money. I don't even know if incinerating hazardous waste causes more or less pollution. I would assume it causes a lot more pollution, but I don't know. Would require a test at some point. Oh, we could get the pollution monitoring station with 1 settlement. No, I guess we need 2 settlements. We need the pollution basic research and then the pollution monitoring station. Yeah. Okay, so we are earning money. Mostly from clothing, but also some from the oil export. And if we get up another oil well, this would double. If we get another one, we get another 8,000, and so on and so on. Would of course need more vehicles, but and also probably send it to the other customs house, so we don't block anything. Yeah, I think we should probably focus on. Has been used. We should probably focus on just our existing infrastructure and not do anything else. Thank you. So they all focus on building this road right now rather than sending it to other construction sites like this one or this one. That'll make more sense. Question then, if I were to just make a clothing factory, power, import and run foreign workers, would it make money? I think a clothing factory would. Most industries, like a food factory, wouldn't. A food factory doesn't generate enough profit to offset the foreign workers, but I think a clothing factory should. It is still very much more profitable to run your own domestic workforce though. What definitely worked previously was setting up an oil refinery early on and running it with foreign workers. That made a profit. But now you need to research it first. I hope my YouTube video upscales to 720p at least. I can't publish it with the 360. So let's compare for asphalt. 145 tons of asphalt is 20 tons of bitumen. So if I divide 145 divided by 20, why do I need a calculator for that? Divided by 2 is 70, so 7. I'm gonna grab the calculator, it's too hot to do math. 7.25. We get 7.25 tons of asphalt per ton of bitumen. Asphalt costs us, I don't know how much. 50 times 7. 350. So we're saving as long as we have the gravel. Profit per worker isn't that much higher than on other factories, so I doubt it will make profit with foreign workers. Yeah. And if you overdo the production, the price of fabric is going to go up and the price of clothes are going to go down, so always a balancing act. Some export is fine, overdoing it is not. But yeah, we're saving money now on every bit of asphalt that we use because of this. And I don't think it's tiny amounts that we are saving. I think they are still going to be worth it in the long run. Foreign workers do cost a lot. Clothing might be on the cusp of where you can run it profitably. But I've gone to not extreme lengths, but I've gone to lengths to always start a settlement quite early instead of running industries with foreign workers. It's a bit unfortunate because I think there could be something fun with setting up a nation that just runs on foreign workers, but it might be outside of the scope of the game. Yep. It's like in City Skylines, first you draw the residential and then you draw the industrial. It's easy. First you draw this and then you draw this. And this. This makes more money. Use foreign workers sparingly or for critical infrastructure, because the supply of foreign workers is usually sufficient. Like for an early fire station, before you have everything set up, you can get foreign workers there. Yeah, City Skylines is quite fast. I don't think people would play City Skylines if you drew a zone and then a year after a few buildings have popped up, people would play it. But I don't know. Maybe if you drew a zone and then you watched people build things for a year automatically, people might play it because it might be cool watching things get slowly built. If a skyscraper takes some amount of time to get built, that would be cool. Waste storage, no waste storage. I'm gonna get you a waste storage. We can't have it like that. That intersection is a bit weird. But there's no need for the city to drive towards the temporary oil road. I don't need waste storage, never mind. You're being emptied out fine, it's fine. You can play on an inhabited map and then you can get inhabitants without immigrants. Yes, inhabited maps are interesting, but as soon as you start messing with the town, the people become cranky. I hope they can, in a DLC, maybe make the pre-built maps, the pre-built settlements on maps function a little bit more realistically. Where they have a free grocer and a free small shopping center that automatically generates resources for just the right amount of population in there. But they basically get their own goods, and you could use them to run facilities, but then they would still need electricity, water, sewage, heating for extra facilities like culture and stuff like that. You starting to build something next to them and them just dying off because they don't have everything feels kind of weird. Oh yeah, I don't have many buildings. Yes. You don't start with a lot. Makes you appreciate this brick building a lot. Let's reduce the amount of workers in the cinema as well. Haven't had a... well, I did have a fire yet. I didn't have a critical fire yet. I don't think. Research has made the game harder. That's true. Bricks is really easy. Can also run them with coal imports. I don't want to get you more vehicles. This will take more than a year, but we're gonna get there. Bridge construction is gonna take ages. Problem with bricks is the tons you carry around. Oh, you mean bricks for export? Well, I thought mostly bricks for building your own buildings. I don't know. I did export them with a train, that was fun. I didn't build very many bricks though. The main downfalls of realism mode, I think, that can catch beginners is with the new version you can have an early university to make sure you don't run out of university educated people, because getting more and more of them is really costly. You need one industry to focus on early on that will make you money, be it oil, clothing. It could also be something else, like it could be wood. I don't think gravel is valid. I think a food factory or a distillery early on is really valid. I haven't tried a livestock farm early on. Maybe exporting meat is very valid too. Halting the loss of money is something that you do when you are... It's not for the start. Like checking your resource imports, you're just gonna see a bunch of resources that you're consuming and you're gonna go, oh, I'm using some alcohol, I should put up a distillery, but the cost of a distillery would keep you supplied for a decade. Meat is bad, livestock is good. Let me check something. Slaughterhouse. Isn't it better to export meat because livestock takes up so much space? Let's divide. Let's take the price of livestock. I'm gonna do math again. 112 divided by 160 times 60. We come out at 42. How much does meat cost? Wait, I did it wrong. Livestock. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. Oh, we have to... Other way around. 112 times 160 divided by 60. 298, so 300. That's about the same price, but you have to carry way less resources, don't you? Well, yes, I was comparing prices on the same side. I mean, what I'm thinking is it's almost the same. I don't want to import livestock to export meat. What I'm saying is, if you make your own livestock, wouldn't it be better to chop it into meat and then export it, because you would need less transportation? Since the price is about the same for livestock and meat, if you convert it. I don't know. It is really, really hot here. I can't do math accurately right now. My brain is running at reduced capacity. Starting with livestock is good enough if you manage to export. Yeah, I mean, like running a butcher, a slaughterhouse at full capacity, I don't see that happening at all. So a livestock farm with a bit of livestock, why not? I also have the calculator extra on my keyboard actually as a button, but I have disabled that. Should probably leave that on when I play workers and resources. No, one livestock farm is 10 tons of livestock. So you would need a lot more livestock farms to supply enough. Did I say 160? I said a slaughterhouse requires 160 and I don't see the livestock farms. Like you producing enough of the livestock farms for a slaughterhouse. Because of all the crops you will need. 20 tons of crops for 10 tons of livestock times 16. So 320 tons of crops per day to supply enough livestock for a slaughterhouse to run it 24/7. That would be a really brutal slaughterhouse. It produces how much waste? 4.5 tons. This doesn't produce any waste. This makes 1.1 tons. Smaller fire station. Yes, the best thing about the smaller fire station is that it does not have an internal heat water tank, so it doesn't require heating. So you can build it anywhere, and it will not require a heat connection, which is its main benefit. No heating necessary. Start with a farm and then go into livestock? Maybe. As I said, when we get Duceni set up, we want to have a farm and then we want to have a settlement up here. And instead of going for distillery, we could go for livestock instead. I haven't tried that yet. I'd be up for that. There's no problem with that. Carsachstan. On this map? Oh wait. You mean the Slovakia map or whatever it was called? I don't know that one, no. The map with the non-square borders. I like it on this map. I also like how much infrastructure we already have visible on the map. It hasn't even been built yet, but it's still visible. I think it's just hills. Well, there's a flatland map and there's the basic map that existed from the start of the game. I don't know what map you're talking about, and I don't know what where Carsachstan is, so no, I don't know. Another epidemic. We had 3 epidemics already, maybe even 4. Severe health complications, very infectious, long duration, sure. Yeah, we can build road infrastructure now without having to pay for asphalt, which is nice. The bitumen cost is much lower. And we have sufficient amounts of workers in this area. Can probably start working on the concrete plant now. We will need concrete to put in foundations for Duceni. And we will need some cement import. I guess we do have 2 loading stations, so I could say 1 cement truck always brings cement here. That would cut down the capacity of the building by half though. But yeah, we're gonna build that up. I like having asphalt and concrete plants early on. Should probably focus more on money But I think we have enough money earned income right now, so we'll do that. I hope I don't have to export resources in ruble to the western border to finish that first settlement and the oil wells. In 1 year, approximately, we'll have more vehicles available on the western border as well. Yeah, a little bit worried about the pollution being generated in this area for the incinerator. 71.2. Next day. Went down a little bit. I think it's the combination of the heating plant plus the incinerator. Maybe I don't need the other heating plant. Maybe if I just get rid of the incinerator, this would be sufficient. The heating plant is quite far away from the residential area, but the combination of both of them are putting a lot of strain on this house. And these buildings are not feeling anything, so maybe we'll use the heating plant setup, maybe we won't. Karabadak is poised to grow larger though, so both of them will have to be relocated. Still very much worried about the heating plant though. 30 workers, 64 parking lots. I really need to get up my automation of vehicle distribution to my citizens. What about tourism? Tourism is also profitable. More so if you set up a lot of buildings to squeeze out a lot of money out of citizens, or you make sure that you produce food and clothing by yourself, and alcohol. A lot of alcohol. It works well with the farming industry. Traffic signs. They are not urgent, but let's get some basic traffic signs here as well. Could also work on that road, I guess. How's the fire station range looking? It ends here as well. Unfortunate. So, we might have to set up the fire station first and bring some workers down here. A bus route for fire station workers is something that I will allow myself. sure. Yeah, if I have asphalt, I can plant down as many roads as I want with barely any costs. I don't know if the double lane road is going to go all the way here, probably just until this bridge, and then it's going to be a single bridge up here. And we'll be allowed to import some US-based vehicles over to this side. Yeah, I guess you could tourism waste if you manage to get them to recycle. I guess you could get all of their biological waste out of the waste bins and put it back into the farming industry. There might be some synergy there. We need something that makes us more money. We're like bumbling along. So Duceni, with the ability to either go for more oil, we shouldn't overdo it because the oil price could crash a lot, but also giving us the option to have a farm in this area with fire safety will be nice. The other option is just putting down a farm right now on this road up here. Right here. Rail line would come down this way on this side. So it might be better to have it over here instead. I think we're gonna get Duceni set up and have the farm over here. We might have two farms in this area. Also, it's going to be a truck-based export for crops. I don't really want to set up trains, although trains would make this so much easier once they are actually able to start building. So we'd have a farm here with... we need to research containers as well. The research is really restrictive. Who came up with that? Which bio-waste is better, tourism or livestock? Well, it's about the same. Tourists have a lot more money though. Yeah, one research per city is really restrictive. I guess doing two researches per city would probably be more sensible. Or like one research per settlement, but if you plop down a university, you get an extra research. I don't know. Hard to change that on the fly though. It does keep us very low tech though. We can't like expand into a lot of things, we have to specialize. Which is challenging. We do need distribution offices. That is definitely the next thing we need. I really also would like secret police to make sure we can keep our loyalty nice and high, but so far that just seems to be running towards 30% and will stay there. Okay, last construction phase for the concrete plant. We will need a cement truck. I don't think I can bear another distribution office, but we do still have room in the distribution office for fluids. So we'll get a cement truck. That looks nice. Sending workers to road construction feels so pointless to me. But then you have short road segments which need workers. You doubt it will stay at 30? It should. I think it probably will. For normal citizens it might drop lower, like these ones probably have much lower loyalty. But then the university educated people have cars and it will be a little bit higher for them. I don't know. Probably not. But it's been 5 years and we don't have any loyalty warnings, so I'm a little bit happy. You know what? For the time being, send everyone to the concrete plant. Don't need anyone to wait on the bus platform if all I want is for you to go to the concrete plant anyway. I will get that built very quickly. Well, okay, we only have like 15 workers, but we'll make sure they don't go to any road construction project. And then we also need to bring cement over. Yeah, that's a decent construction speed. Don't have to wait too long. And then I need to make sure to assign you back to the bus platform, I guess, so I don't forget. Bring cement. And concrete plant as source. We got water, we got gravel. Excellent. Where's the cement truck? Oh, it's up there. Oh, right, you have that as a source. Sure. Probably not ideal. Let's use that customs house until we hook up the other one a little bit better. 2 gas stations here. Take the resources out of here, please, if you need them. So we may demolish those. Okay, we got concrete. Don't need to import that anymore either, except on the western border, all the way over there. That's going to be difficult driving that stuff over there from here, so we're not going to do that. This is not assigned yet, because this is still finishing up construction. And now some workers on the road construction do actually make sense, because it speeds it up a little bit. But we don't have that many workers. How far is the road construction up here? Excavator phase. And then we have one more road, and we're at the bridge, and then we're at the settlement. And then we need to set up the oil. Like 1 or 2 oil wells, oil pump checks, as an export from the area. And hopefully we're gonna earn US currency rather than lose it. We do have a lot of money to make that happen. We also still need to set up a construction office and a vehicle repair station next to the settlement to make sure we can keep things operational. But that would be everything pretty much. And then maybe once everything is in place, we can start building this road as well. Just to have it. I do like the look of this a lot. Ridge with a road underneath. Kinda cool. In all my time playing Workers and Resources, I have never started a settlement from the western border yet. I'm thinking of a new challenge, starting in 1970 and play from the western border, but I think it's gonna be... I don't think it's gonna be that challenging. There needs to be more added. Maybe start from the western border, but don't use any rubles. Any pollution issues here? No, none whatsoever. Very good, very high life expectancy. No staff. Why no staff? Thank you. Those buildings are slowly filling up. Eventually I might just tell this flat to send workers anywhere, and then they might go onto the bus platform by themselves. No, they should just keep going to the bus platform. Because if they don't get picked up, they will go to any other building. If I don't do any construction. That's why I set it up that way. Oh, the view of this map of the large river is really cool. This must be based on something in real life. I don't know what. Let's pick up the oil overlay. Let's get an oil well. Oil pump check. I think 35 is still okay for a pump check. Something over here. Not sure how the oil is going to be gathered up together, but if I have more than one pump check and a long travel distance, it will make sense to gather everything up into an oil tank first. No, there's too much green up there. We need to make use of it. Maybe we can't. Okay. I shouldn't overdo it with the oil wells. But I want to get everything. There's a very good oil well over here. Last road before we arrive in Duseni. And we'll have a bunch of construction ahead of us, building up the structures. Don't have to pay for gravel, asphalt or concrete anymore. Still have to pay for everything else, steel being the main thing. What was imported last month? Oh, bunch of steel. Yeah, for the concrete plant, that makes sense. I would like to have more cement in here. Truck can carry, I think, 7 tons, was it? Yes. And this can hold 40 tons. %, 4 times 17, 28. $35. That can't be right. Let's see. No, wrong number. 4 times 7, 28. Oh, I need to add 32. 32 seems about right. Yeah, 32 is right. Let's fill that up to 32 tons. Or send it a delivery whenever it drops below 32 tons. That will get enough cement in there. For bitumen we don't have that much storage. The tanker can hold up to 11 tons. So we need to send something when it drops down below 5. So 30% is about right. Next challenge, only allowed to build bridges with resources that you are making yourself. Well, the trees came along nicely. Maybe a little bit overdone, but they are quite tall. And a little bit bushy. Metal scrap. Why do we have metal scrap in here? What waste do you produce? Biological waste, burnable waste, and other. Construction, biological, burnable waste, other waste. I guess we need to recycle here. No way around it. Still don't know where the metal scrap came from though. I think I bulldozed some road, but I don't remember anything having metal scrap. It's a tiny amount of metal scrap in here. Maybe some of the citizens had waste that had metal scrap in it. That could also happen, I guess. It is possible to set your recycling to metal. Your waste separation, I mean. Cool, that's empty. And only one more gas station, and then we can maybe set this road up to be integrated into this road connection. I wonder if I should set up a bridge to get across to the other side for vehicles traveling back, so they don't have to cut across the traffic that goes to the customs house. As long as we have less staff than children in the kindergarten, I am fine with it. If you run the fuel export with Western tankers, that would be cool. 17 tons. And we can color them in red so they drive faster. There's so much less space in this area. Not sure how many settlements we can actually get. But we will have to resort to some smaller settlements. I think our lumberjack settlement will be a good thing to have. And for that one we will definitely need a bus route for students, which is what I said I will allow myself to have. Yeah, technically we don't need a school in here. Could cut it down to only a clinic and then have a bus route here for students and only pick those up that want a regular education rather than a university one. Oh, there's a reflection in the water. Singular pole up here, another customs house. It's a lot of flat area up here, it's not bad. Do I need anything else in here? I don't think so. At least not right now. Could get more paving and rolling vehicles later on once I start increasing road construction. But right now we're doing okay at the pace we're building things. I want to get towards the fire station. Get that set up. Run a bus route here, continuously bringing workers to the fire station. And then we'll start building up to Seni. But that is going to happen next time. Because I think it has gotten so warm now that I'm ready to take a break. And I need to really take a break. I think I'll be back tomorrow though. I'm really enjoying this run. I'm also really annoyed at not having enough research capacity available. But it is focusing us to do what we can do with what we have, rather than trying to go through the research and just doing what we always do. So it'll be a nice, different approach. Each settlement will have its own function, and yeah, it will work well that way. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, wherever you are. Take care. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.